Okay. Okay, almost there, almost there. Okay. Okay, we good? We good? Okay, we're all set up. Let's do some game dev. I'm sleepy. But, let's see, what am I doing today here now? Yesterday I did the rework for the chunk processor. We basically got almost there. I basically got almost there. And then I finished that up yesterday night pretty easily. It was nice. It was nice to get that done. So now I can actually target things properly, because it was super annoying to not be able to do that. And we were dealing with the state tree issue where it would just crash whenever the entity transitions out of combat. I finally found a workaround for that. Why I hate quaternions? Oh, don't even get me started. If you knew what a quaternion was, you wouldn't be asking that. I will tell you what a quaternion is. A quaternion is a mathematical way to represent a rotation in 3D space. There are two different ways to do that. One of them is Euler angles, which makes sense. Euler angles, you can read that. And what that is an XYZ component that has a number of degrees. So in each pitch, yaw, roll direction. That makes sense. You can visualize that in your head when you look at that. A quaternion has 4 components. Why? To avoid something called gimbal lock. When you only have 3 degrees, 3 components defining rotation, you can get into a scenario where the rotations get into a gimbal lock, which is where they kind of get stuck. Two of the rotational components get stuck attached to each other, and you can't unrotate them. And so that's why you need quaternions for that. But you can't actually read quaternions. They're very, very hard to work with. You can look at them, you know, in the debugger. You can print them out. It will not make sense to you. You cannot be like, oh, is this correct? No, you have to completely do it by like the eye test. And rotational math on its own, even without quaternions, is quite difficult. Yeah, quaternions are just they're a necessary evil, but they suck all the same. I think we're going to be mostly doing state tree stuff today. I'm pretty sure I found a workaround for the state tree issue that we were dealing with yesterday and the day before and the day before. Any real life application? How do you use it? They're used a lot in game development. Anytime you're working with anything in 3D space, you'll likely need to specify some rotation. So that's how, like, under the hood in Unreal Engine, all the rotations are probably stored as quaternions. And you can convert between quaternion and Euler angle. But, yeah, they just kind of suck to work with. Anytime you're doing geometry and stuff, is when you would need to use those. Okay, here's the workaround right here. This guy. I created an exit state. The state does absolutely nothing other than exit the tree. And the issue we were dealing with was this guy. This is actually a subtree. So here's the root tree. I start up here. You know, if I'm not dead, we go into the combat subtree. And this is so that I can plug this into multiple other trees if I want to, which is going to be super necessary for working on any sort of scalable system. But yeah, when it was just this one task here, or this one state here, all of these different tasks, they have like data assigned to them. And so that data needs to be like cleaned up whenever this like tree transitions to what was formerly tree failed. And for some reason, the instance data structs kind of failed at cleaning themselves up. Like they would try to clean up memory that was incorrect in some way. And it would crash. And so I sat down yesterday and I thought about it real hard. And I was like, you know what? If I create a state, you know, that doesn't have any data on it and transition to that before leaving the tree, then maybe the tree can clean up its data before it exits and it will be fine. And I think that's actually worked so far. Now, what's not working is their navigation. They should be wandering around and stuff. He had no navigation. And actually, where is my navigation? Where is my navigation? Where's my nav mesh? Are we just bugged out here? Sometimes there we go. Yeah, we were bugged out. Okay, navigation is finished. And I think I need to increase the height of the nav mesh in the depth. God, turn off the nav mesh. There we go. Running pretty smooth. Let's see, how many entities do I have right now? Silent Wolf, hello, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, stop. How many entities do we have? We have like 1,300 entities spawn right now. Yeah, that's quite a bit, I'd say. And I need to just do an overall state tree rework. I need to do an overall state tree rework because state trees got updated in 5.6 and they added a lot of the missing functionality that I had already built in because I felt like it was missing and I really needed it. Oh god, this guy is a caster. An assertion, ignore that. He might beat me here. Ooh. Oh my god, look how much health I have. Look at this. I have like 0.1 health. I have a fractional health. That was close. Being level 2 though. Being level 2. Oh yeah, we're on the come up. Let's eat some mushy boys. Eat some mushrooms. Yeah, I think I need to turn down the bass. Look at me just like boot scooting right there. I think I need to turn down the bass health regen. 'Tis a little high. I need the fire sound effects back on. Monesh, hello. How long do you think it would take one to make a fully fledged game like the one you were developing? Well, fully fledged game and the one I'm developing are not, those are not one and the same. I'll say it has taken me 2.5 years to get to where I'm at right now. But that's because I'm doing things kind of complicated. I'm doing it in a kind of complicated way. Because it's all procedural terrain, and I had to build like a lot of my own systems and stuff like that. You know, if you made a regular Unreal Engine game, I think you could get farther than where I'm at in less time. But yeah, expect that to be in the magnitude of years. Am I using voxel plugin? No. It's all my own system. Put on my fire enchant. Big crit there. I need the crit sounds too. That needs to be way more satisfying. Yeah, these guys should be wandering. They should be doing a little wander idle state. Oh, it's so nice to be able to, so nice to be able. A little extra auto attack I did there, that was cute. How is the multi-threaded and level streaming improvement in 5.6? I wouldn't know. Haven't used them. Haven't used them. I don't use level streaming, and all the multi-threaded stuff I do is on my own in C++. You're a god for making it this far? No, I'm not. No, I am not. Take a break from my game. I don't know how to make the land. I don't know how to make the land indent. Are you doing procedural generation? What are you doing? What kind of game are you making? Or are you just talking about like sculpting the terrain? I heard world partition got improved a lot. Yeah. I've never used the built-in Unreal Engine landscape, so I wouldn't know. This is all my own procedural terrain stuff. But yeah, we've killed several guys now, and we don't have a state tree crash, so that's amazing. Okay, I just fucking fell. We got some bogeys in the cave though, so. That was a weird path you just took there, my bud. Valriel Willow, if that's your real name. For building everything yourself, 10x engineer indeed. Not quite everything. Not quite everything. Dude, the power attack ability that I do. Oh, you can't see it on shorts, but my number 6 ability is like way overtuned. It deals so much damage for like 10 mana. That's like my most. If it's not, and then the power shot ability. At least that uses more mana, but it deals so much damage. Does 58 damage. Okay, level 4. Level 4. Which means kind of nothing. Let's just get some. I have infinite talent points, so. Okay, let's just get them all. So now we have 5% increased crit chance with melee weapons. We have 15% increased fire damage. We have 5%. Oh no, we have 15% increased crit chance with shadow spells. And then we have a 4% chance per level to inflict the target with a burn on direct fire damage, which will cause which is like a little dot it puts on him. Will cause fire damage every half second for 5 seconds, and the chance to apply that is doubled for critical hits. I want to make games. What should I do and learn? You should do a lot of Googling. You should figure out how best you learn. You should come up with something that you're motivated to apply your knowledge to, some sort of project. And you should look into game engines and figure out what your project would need in terms of a game engine. And decide which one would be best for you. There we go. He's burning. I burned him. Didn't really make a difference though. God, that burn proc is kind of low. Let's heal up for a second. Come on. I know it's only 4%. What was it? What chance do I have to proc this? 4% per level, so I have a 20% chance. I feel like I should have procced it at least more than once by now. Okay, some more mushrooms here. A little low. A little low. Forget, that's my combat thing, I think. Like my in combat. Procedural terrain with voxel and multi-biome. Oh, nice. Similar to what I'm doing. Forgot the name of the noise I use. That's okay. I also use ultimate interaction system, and I made a data table of the item actor that gets mesh from data. So from your previous message, you said, I don't know how to make the land indent. You mean like deforming the terrain? If you're using Unreal Engine, I can give you some recommendations. See if mine works. God, I hate this animation so much. Hang on, let me try it over here. Oh Jesus. Okay, we'll try it here. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you. There we go. Okay, that one didn't work. I actually used to have this working a lot better, and then I switched to a dynamic. There we go. Okay, that one deformed it. This is not how it should work. But you can see the vertices actually, oh, it's like completely frozen trying to render it. There are the new vertices. Probably pretty hard to see. There we go. Yeah, which is way too many. That's not how it should work at all. That's like so high resolution. But yeah, there's the indent. I am using dynamic mesh components for my terrain chunks, and if you're in Unreal Engine, I would recommend you use them. Oh, dude, it lags right there because of the line trace that I end up doing on it. It's crazy, but yeah, I would recommend using dynamic mesh components, and then you can use a Boolean subtraction, which is a geometry script library thing. It's a function in the geometry script library. Yeah, this is a very low chance to proc this fire thing. Bro, I've only procced it once. Are you serious? Yeah, something's wrong with that proc chance for sure. Also, my fire sounds aren't. I procced it once and it's never procced again. You play with fire, huh? The fire damage does seem to be working, though. That does seem to be working. Well, yeah, this is going smoothly. If you don't look at the memory usage, this is very smooth so far, which is nice. Yeah, we're gonna be working on the state trees a little bit today, I think. And yeah, making sure that those are updated with all the new stuff. The new stuff being like toggling completion and tick rate, which I'm not sure actually how to change. That's my own, oop. That's my own task. And those are just tests. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look that up. We'll have to look that up. This is actually the highest level that I've gotten to. There we go, he finally burned. That's apparently a 20% chance, allegedly. Oh, somehow he got set on fire. The fire effect went onto him. Okay, procced again. Ding level 5 also. Okay, so the fire... I think the actor swapped. Yeah, oh, that's funny. The actor instancing that I do. That's funny. Okay. Let me write that bug down. Burn fire effect stays on avatar actor. It stays on avatar actor what? What, after swapping or something? I'll know what that means. I'll know what that means. He's burning. Oh no, that's just the old effect that never dropped off. Will it? Okay, now everything's just stuck burning, I guess. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize my health. Ugh. Okay. We're dead. Wasted. Okay. Let's take a look at this state tree stuff. So uh-oh. Oh, that's the burn thing, yeah. Well, we can fix this one real quick now that it complained to us. Ability system is alive. On execute. Get attached component. Yeah, I need to do a whole nother pass on yeah, this just needs to be a whole separate thing, actually. I'm not gonna do this right now. I need to do a whole pass on all my spell effects, because they're like attaching to actors, and like my entities are not going to be actors at all times, so we just need to make a new system for that. But yeah, I have these like return succeeded and return failed. Now, actually, let me think about this. The task is considered for state completion. When the task completes, it'll stop ticking, and the state can be considered for transition. But what if I only want it to return failed or success? Okay, this hang on, let me look these up. Unreal Engine state free task completion. Should maybe have looked into this a little bit before the stream here. These just came out. Oh god, I pray that there is some docs on this. Tasks. Okay, this is just like okay, yeah, that didn't help. State tree selectors overview. Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be. That's the debugger. So it's gonna be in here, if anything. Dude, none of these screenshots are even updated. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Oh, how do these even work? Of course there's no documentation. Task ticks at runtime. All tasks need to complete for the group to complete. That'll be useful. But still, I have tasks that have like custom, like when they should fail and when not to. Like, I think I actually need to keep my own system in here. So how these work, how these tasks work, you know, this one of these blocks up here is a state, and it can have multiple tasks. Now, it used to be that when any one of these tasks finished, then the entire state would complete, regardless of if the other ones had ran or completed, which is a really weird way for that to work. And now you have this like switch to where you can do any or all of them, which probably looks like gobbledygook. Yeah, there we go. And so you can actually specify if you want all of them to complete or just any of them. And I guess you can now toggle also which ones you care about completing, which is nice, but I also care about which ones fail. Right? Which I don't see any kind of mechanism to specify that with. There's also supposed to be a tick rate from what I read on the patch notes. But all I see is this little tick tasks at runtime thing. And I did make my own tick rate as well. Tick state tree, and I can define a rate and stuff. And that's why I have these return failed and succeeded. I can check whether or not I care about them. So I think I actually might need to keep that. Yeah, I don't see any way to actually... Okay, so the updates to the state tree are actually not that substantial. F. It's a huge F. Okay. Probably should have looked into that a little bit more. Okay, so then what are we gonna do? I need to do some debugging here for sure. Now the nav mesh bounds volume. Yeah, I do need to make you taller. Why are you trying to rebuild the nav mesh? Yeah, you build at runtime, so please stop trying to build right now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so what should I do about this now? I need to get into the world. And I need to start debugging some of the spawns. I would like to put a limit. I would like to put a limit on how many can spawn. How should I do that? Otherwise, the visual logger is just gonna like freak out. Let's turn off spawning. We will turn off spawning, and we'll spawn them manually to test out first. Okay. I might want a different seed. Well, this is a good one, I guess. We'll see if the nav mesh actually generated farther up now. Nav mesh still going. We just have like one tiny tile built so far. This guy. There we go. There, now they're going. Okay. We're gonna wait for that for a little bit. Chop some trees while we're at it. Come on. There we go. Hit the tree. That tree just went way down there. Okay, has our nav mesh... okay, we have some nav mesh. Yes, we actually have the nav mesh, and now it's all the way up here as well, which is good. Good. Okay, give me the spawner. Spawner, where's my config? Warrior. Not colonist warrior. Enemy warrior. Let's just okay, we spawned one somewhere. I have no idea where he went. Right? Let's find him. Did we? Okay, I guess we didn't spawn one. Can it not find any spawn points? Oh, num entities is 0. I'm dumb. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, he spawned way under here. Good God, he spawned in here. Why would you want to spawn in there? Well, okay, we can still see what's happening here. So he should be moving and stuff. Let's look at the nav mesh. Is he on the nav mesh? Yeah, he should be like right on the corner. So he should be at least wandering around a little bit here. Okay, what's your... Let me open up the entity data. What's your state? Okay, you are in... You're exiting combat. Well, I guess you tried to do combat. Oh, because it doesn't tick. Oh, okay. On state completed. Yeah, I guess your state like never completes, so you're stuck exiting combat until like an event happens. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I guess we're never transitioning out of it, so maybe I didn't fix it. Shit. I guess we can just like tick. We can just tick state tree. We'll need to rebuild there. Oh, God, I hate that I can't compile the state trees. Let's actually get a new seed. Let's get a new seed. We've been on this one all yesterday. It's a really cool looking seed, so I'm sad to see it go. But the spawn point was kind of bad. Spawn point was kind of bad. Okay, apparently I'm stuck. We are stuck. Okay, yeah. Okay, we have to rebuild. What is this delegate? If dynamic chunk mesh. How on earth did that fail? Reader index. Okay, whatever. Ignore. Okay. Alright, yeah, you can stay open. The combat, we just tick and return immediately. I said we were going to do new seats, so I lied a bit. I lied a little bit here, sorry. But we're going to do one more test on this one, I suppose. Oh great, that kid is back on the escalator. Welcome in, turning cog. I'm not sure what to do with that statement. You're gonna have to help me out. I mean, what's up? Trying to do some stage rework today is what's up. I'm also quite sleepy for some reason. Enemy warrior. Where's my spawn button? There we go. Pause. Okay, where is he at? He spawned down here, the exact same spot again. And once again, he is not, he's not doing anything. He is idle, so that's good. I was just quoting mall rats. I see. That is one that I've not... God, it has been a damn minute since I've seen that. You're apparently idle. What? Now what is this? Flush thread entries? Oh my god. Oh, I hate the vlogger. I know, it hurts. Can you fucking move around or some shit? Okay, we're gonna pause. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're like stuck in idle. I do see you trying to update. Are you like moving? No, you're not moving. We're just ticking the wait task and nothing is happening. So we're doing this guy here. Did I try Crimson's Bargain John Wick game yet? No, I didn't try it. I did purchase it though. I did purchase it for support reasons. I don't know when I'll have time to play it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I do hope to try it someday. I don't know why I did that, because I should probably put a breakpoint in here. Now I have to wait for live coding. Didn't. Yeah, I wonder if we ever even got here. I guess it'll be here. We want a breakpoint there. Timer callback for entity. We'll probably spawn a new one because we maybe already hit that. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. Seems people are having fun with it. Yeah, I was watching him yesterday. He was knocking out some bugs. He was getting some negative reviews on bugs, which is sad to see, but understandable, I suppose. Okay, this should be ticking though, right? We're paused. Or no, we're like breakpointed. What are we doing right now? Hello, please. Can I play my game? Unreal Engine, can I please play my game? Okay. Oh, finally. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, we're here. Duration elapsed is false. Duration elapsed is true. But yet it... Oh, now it's true. Wait, what? There's no way that like just turned true. Wander move to. Is this just like automatically going to I don't see the we should have logged timer callback as well. Okay. Okay, let's clear for a second. Success fail. Now I don't think we're actually doing the wander move to here. If I select children in order, that's gonna fail, that's gonna fail. Yeah, we should get here. Does this like return immediately or something? Okay, yeah, we got there. Okay, here's our state transition here. Wander move to. What happened here? We're moving to state wander move to. Makes sense. That all makes sense. Yeah, we're just entering state. So what's the next frame? What is the next frame? State completed. State wander move to. It just completes immediately? What is completing immediately? Entity move to task? Wait, let me look at where is he? Oh, he's only trying to move to where he's already at. Why can't you pathfind properly? Also, why is the encoding so shit on strings when I put them in the vlogger? Like, what happens? Why is it all whatever encoding that is? It's super annoying that I can't log strings. Oh, he has no wander radius. Oh, I see now. Are I not wiring that up correctly now? Proxy actor. Yeah, proxy actor should be getting set, no? Let me see here. Let's do populate global vars task. Okay, let's check this out. We're gonna hit that. What is our proxy actor pointer? Yeah, we do have it. Mob spawn def. Oh, right, because I just spawned him. That's annoying. Okay. What kind of state trees you messing with? Just like my random entity mob ones. Okay, so he's got no spawn radius, wander radius. Okay, I'm gonna put that on. Where the hell was I? Go proxy actor, CPP, in the init function. Yes, right there. That's fine. You're called from entity spawner. Spawn entity with the struct that's put in here. You can go up there. Spawn config. Mob spawn entries and the transform. Mob spawn definition. Okay. We have an array of that. So I guess let's just add like a mob spawn definition. Yeah, we should just use that, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's just use that. Num entities proportion. Yeah, that's all fine. Spawn entity, mob spawn entries. And then I guess we'll just add another, actually the mob spawn entries just becomes mob spawn definition. And then when we get here, okay, rebuild. So we'll need to wire that back up once we get into the engine. And then we can actually verify some of the behavior better. And we need to do a new seed because that was kind of a bad seed for testing. It was a good looking seed, but bad for testing. Bad start point. And it was too high. So all the entities were just spawning underground. Oh my gosh, more issues. Hasty Wasting, good morning. Welcome in, dude. We fixed the state tree issue, I think. I'm pretty sure I fixed it off stream last night. So we're trying to get all the state tree behavior ironed out now. What was the issue? Well, I mean, I knew what the issue was. I didn't know how to fix it. The issue was like transitioning out of the combat state tree root thing, the combat state tree here. Actually, just call this like combat now. And it was because like it would transition out of here and it would try to clean up all the instance data that's on all these tasks. When I sat down, I tried to think about like what I could do to like work around that, because it seems like a bug. And I was like, you know what, if I just like create a different state that has no instance data on it, maybe if we go to that state first before we exit the subtree, then it won't have that issue. And that seemed to work. So we just have this state that does nothing other than act as a a middleman. Let's do a new seed. 275, 276. Interesting. Yeah, there's something to do with how I'm using the state trees, perhaps, because I know other people weren't experiencing those issues, but maybe it's the CPP. I think a lot of people don't create state tree tasks in C++. Like an air filter. Yeah, except an air filter actually does things, like it's useful. I don't know. That task isn't actually useful. It doesn't do anything other than prevent a bug from happening. Okay, mob spawn entries. Wander radius will do 1,000. Ripro, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome back. Okay, can we spawn a guy now? Pause for a second. Let's get the visual logger. Oh, it's open. Where are you at? Okay. Start. He's wandering. Yay. Yay. Wander. I should probably do some mob leashing or something. Big crit there. Okay. This is a vlogger thing. Right, I'm doing this on the background thread. Oh, I hate this. Oh, God. Okay, so I probably should call back to the game thread on these just to stop the assertions, which is, like, super annoying. Super annoying. Where the hell did you get magic? You haven't seen that before, Turning Cog? You've been in here so much. Not see that. Actual rendering thread. Oh, that's not... It wasn't actually the right type. Dude, we had vibe coding week at work, and so I was trying to vibe code all day yesterday, and my God, was I the most impatient Zoomer-brained developer yesterday. My God. There were times where it was nice, but there were more times where I was just arguing with it. There were more times where I was just arguing. Yeah, and the tools that we have. I feel like kind of sucks because some of the tools internally are just not as good as what exists externally. What is vibe coding? Oh, turning cock. You have been living under a rock. You don't know about my magic or vibe coding? This is vibe coding right here, essentially. And we have a similar interface in our internal IDE. But it's basically where you code by only prompting AI. And these AI things, they have like this agent thing. So I can say something like, here, we'll try it out. I'll show you a little example of vibe coding. So actually, let's undo all this. We'll see if it can get this correct here. See if it can get this correct. This might be something it's actually kind of okay at. I found that when I was doing it yesterday, it was very good at refactors, not good for like actual features. So I'm gonna say, put all vlogs into async tasks running on the game thread. We'll see what it can do here. And I guess this is using GPT 4.1 is like the default here for this one. Of course, internally we only use Gemini. This C++? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But see, the flow of coding is like, so like I probably finished that faster already, you know? Because you have to come up with a prompt. You have to, first of all, you need to understand what to do, come up with a prompt, type it in there. You have to make sure all the context files are added as well, which you can't see down here probably, but there's a place down here to add which files you want it to pay attention to. And so for the changes I was trying to make yesterday, it was like several files. It was across several files. And then you have to like review this code. I have to make sure it's actually doing the right thing here. Okay, I think that's the same. But see, when I just copy paste this, I know it's the same. Spawn info is a ref, which I don't need that to be a ref. And that's actually that will probably get garbage collected or go out of memory or something. And therefore that might actually cause an issue. Let's look here. Yeah, don't pass it and make a copy of it. Seems like Unreal is testing this kind of thing out with UE5. Oh yeah, what's in UE5? I have to like sit here and like when I copy paste this, I know it's the same. So I don't have to go and verify, you know, did the fucking AI hallucinate some shit in here? Yeah, don't do by ref. Make a copy of it. Spawn info. I think that's all the same. And once again, don't do that by ref. Do I need this last one still? Spawn info. Yeah, I guess we're still in the loop. We're still in the spawn info loop. And maybe I can put this in the same spawn info. Yeah, maybe I can put that up there actually. So undo that one, delete. We'll accept all the other ones. I think those ones were good. But I feel like that just took me longer. I feel like that took me longer to do. Oh, Jesus. Oh God, what happened? Oh, I need like a, wait, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Okay, I deleted too much on accident. There we go. So yeah, vibe coding. If I understood the Unreal Fest lecture, I just saw a small mention of it. Okay, maybe I'll look into that, see what they're doing. Hello, are you using BP and C++ together? Yes, mostly C++ though. I just vibe coded and I sucked at it. And we're passing spawn. Oh, I'm actually... This is spawn location, so I can just do that. Okay, but we're done vibe coding now. Where are we at now? No, oh my god, no. It happened again. What? No. We got so far. What? Oh, this is a sad day. This is a sad day. What happened? It was working so well. It was working so well. Oh, what a horrible day. What a horrible day. Oh, it's just had to go in vibe code. Okay. You just had to go in vibe code. Yeah, this is a different issue. Different issue. So wait a second. Dummy data. Populate global VARs data. Where is the fucking dummy data? What is my next active frame? Show me that. Next active frame. Index 1. Whatever state is at index 1. Dead. Carl Johnson, Living Adventure, hello. Welcome. Just in time to see me encounter an error I thought I fixed. I'm confused on how this is happening now, though. Dummy data. Did I put that on something? I'll have to look again here. Commit this real quick. Refactor. Spawn. Entity spawner. Use mob. Def. Call UE. Call vlogs. Background thread. We can commit and push that real quick. Just clean it up real quick. Clean up the code base or the workspace. Okay. Okay, let's look at this. Why did that fail again? Oh, that's so annoying. Tick state tree every frame. Where would dummy data be at? Dummy task. Okay, let's delete that. Yeah, we might not need that. I would like some terrain that's a little more rocky than this. We got the nice flat terrain, but I do want to test this on like super hilly terrain. Yes, I am here. Okay, the entity spawner. Wander radius, we'll just go 1,000. We should probably add some leashing functionality. Let's do enemy ranger, because your combat state tree I don't think was working properly. Just spawn me one of those. He's behind me. Wonderful. This looks wild in the shorts format. I know, it's quite a bit different, isn't it? I had to do a lot of work on the mouse tracking script to actually get it to work, because like when you it was originally paying attention to the mouse even when I was in game. Like, and I found that you can actually hook into some Windows APIs with C. And so whenever my mouse disappears, like if I'm up here and I'm gonna right click, it actually goes back to the center. And it actually like centers the camera when the mouse is hidden, which includes when I'm playing the game. So that actually works a lot better, because before it would just get stuck over to the side and it would look really, really shitty. Yeah, so I spent some extra work on that. Yeah, let's just take a peek here. Why are you running? Wait, what is being vlogged on the player? Why is the player being vlogged so much? Oh, the target. I see. It's just when I have a target. But yeah, I should take that out. I should take that out. Or at least only do it for entities. Let's just comment it out for now. We might need that. Might need that at some point. How was that four actions? So we're just gonna wait. God, I'm still sleepy and I'm almost done with my coffee. What's wrong? Not working. Okay. Hello? Hello, please. Oh my God, Unreal Engine, why do you do this to me? I would like to work. I would like to be productive. Yeah, this was the last thing it got stuck on whenever this happened too. Well, I guess we just have to wait. Are we like not responding? Is that what's happening here? Oh, there we go. It was PCG tasks, I guess. Tasks is clear that. Okay. Okay, so you... Where did you get hit? When did you get hit? Right there. I saw it. It was one of these frames. There we go. Okay. So you should be using your bow attacks. Why aren't you? So that's where you got hit with the fireball. Chose it. God, I hate that. Dude, I hate this. Does anyone know anything about why this encoding is off whenever I log a string in the vlogger? Because like I would really like to see what ability he freaking chose. I mean, I guess I can look at it here, right? Choose ability. Yeah. Oh, I guess he thinks I bet he thinks that the melee attack does more damage. I bet that's what he thinks. Let me go into choose ability. Ooh, yeah, give me that breakpoint. Ability damage. What ability is that? Ranged auto attack rolled for 5 damage. Melee auto attack 13. So yeah, he just thinks his melee, and he's right. He's right to do that. He's right to do that. Now, I still feel like he should be shooting his bow, but he's sprinting, that's why. So any bow attack would get canceled by the sprint. I was thinking that he should be shooting his bow while moving into melee range, if that's the case, but if the chosen ability is not in range, but this one is, choose this one. I may want to move this up Do you need the extra debug symbols in your project? I'm sure if it would help. I have them. I have them. And it 100% helps, yeah. Then also running in debug game, so it doesn't optimize any of it out. Writer still struggles to show some of it, but for the most part, it's nice. So it's like I check the range of the abilities, and it's like if I have an ability that's in range, it should override the one that's not in range. If chosen ability is not in range, but this one is, choose this one. If this ability does more damage than the chosen ability, use this one. But I guess I put this afterwards because I wanted the AI to try to move into range for the stronger abilities. That's probably why I did that. And I guess I want some like, I guess I want some logic for like, yeah, try to get in range for your best damaging ability, but while you're not in range, use another one, whatever the next best is. But I'm gonna do a whole nother pass there. See, like here, he should be just shooting me with his bow, but he's not. Well, like according to the code, he shouldn't be, but I think like logically he should be, right? But I don't have logic for that, so we'll just need to do a whole nother. I was already planning on doing a whole nother combat pass because I need to work in like utility abilities right now, because all it really cares about is damage, and so I'll need to come up with some sort of like, do I want to be offensive, defensive, or supportive, right? Is the jump from C to C++ difficult? Wouldn't know, haven't used C ever. I will say Unreal Engine C++ is not like regular C++. But let me BRB. I need to take a quick break, and then after that we'll be back for some more game dev here. Okay. We're back. Where did my music go? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're just ending a song. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? First of all, I want to find a good seed, and we're gonna save it. And actually, did I break? I forget if I broke serialization on the terrain chunk or not. I don't want to have to generate it every time for quick testing and stuff. Did I change it? Did I change it? I don't think so. I don't know. Why did I think I changed it? I didn't. Let's see. Let's get a good seed. 276, 277. I want one with some nice noise, but good spawn point. And that's a bad spawn point. It's also, yeah, because I'm just gonna spawn in a giant crater. So that's a bad spawn. 278. 278. Yeah, this is quite... I'm in ocean, actually, as well. We're right on the edge of the shoreline. Okay, pause. 279. I mean, I guess I could, like, teleport somewhere. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little entrance. I am in the ocean, though, right? Yeah. Right next to the Temple of Enlightenment. Oh, that's some nice blending that happened there. Is there an entrance? There's an entrance chunk right there. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I guess I like this one. This one's not too bad. It's kind of far away. I was hoping I would spawn over here somewhere. Nah. Skip that one. 281. Ocean. 282. Bad. Also ocean. 283. Okay. What do we got here? This might be okay to test in. It's flatter than I would want. And I cannot get from zone to zone. There's a massive cave system there, though. Do I want to test here? Let me see. Do I want to test here? Nah, let's try a different one. There's a nice tall mountain there, though. $284. Nope, bad one. $285. Okay, so now we're getting some bumpier terrain. Okay, this can work. We don't have any choppable trees, but that's fine. Oh, this is all ocean out here. We got some choppable trees nearby. Okay. What? Okay, let's I'm gonna wait for things to like finish generating here. I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Just gonna wait a little bit for that to generate. And I thought I was going to be rebuilding my state trees, but I guess I'm not going to be rebuilding them. But I do need to do like some large-scale tests. Because I did notice some weirdness. I did notice some weirdness in the state trees when I had a bunch of entities. And I want to do some testing on like falling through the world and stuff like that, and just kind of see what happened. We don't have a whole lot of like underground entrances. We have like one right here that we could go through. Test some underground stuff. Okay, but we're probably, yeah, okay, so we're done generating. So let's save. Let's see if that crashes. Okay. And then let's load that up. Can you help me with a school project? I need to ask someone who does coding what their salary is. Yeah, I'm not going to share that. Sorry, buddy. We're learning how to get... Yeah, I don't know if I believe you. If you're telling the truth, I'm sorry, but that does not sound like a school project. That does not sound like a school project. Nice try, hacker man. Okay, so serialization worked. That's good. So now we can boot up real quick. Okay, so let's add some entities here. My entity spawner. I guess let's just add 100. Spawn radius. That doesn't really do anything. Really only wander radius does, and we'll just do 1,000 for them to wander around in. It's fine, I just don't know who to ask. Yeah, the reason I don't believe that that's a school project is because that's kind of a thing that's not a... Most people don't like getting asked that question. So I'm surprised that a teacher would expect responses from that. Okay, I did that not work? Did the spawner not even work? No, we got a ton of spawn points. Piyush, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, why didn't you actually spawn things? Why didn't you actually spawn things? Oh, I didn't specify a yeah. I need to save this. Can I like control K or something, right? Enemy, we'll just do warrior. And then what is it? Control K, like saves, I believe. Apparently Control K opened that up. Well, that's a new hotkey. Okay, and it's spawning all of them right there. Why is that where it decided to spawn everything? All right. Well, yeah, that's a good little, how have your coding career been? It's been good. Can't complain. Not complain. Yeah, let's clear the vlog and actually stop it for a second. Long? About 10 years. Oh my god, there's guys that spawned in the trees. Look at this shit. And it's nav meshed. The tree is nav meshed. What the hell? I had no idea. That's fucking hilarious. I had no idea that would happen. Okay, let's little performance test here. Let's just run this for a second. Okay. So all these are like Slate app input. Why does that take 68 milliseconds? Okay, yeah, so I guess we just need to take a look at some of these frames. Which I guess is render blocked. Render, the render thread is taking up more of it, most of it. Deferred shading, scene renderer, init views. Okay. What are we waiting on? This thing probably? Wait for occlusion queries. Does Danite need to do that? Target processor, velocity processor, move to processor. I think our worst processor right now is the target processor. But that's running a lot better than it usually does. I'm your new subscriber. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Do I have any tips for JavaScript? Nothing specific, no. Okay, so I guess we're like giga GPU bound here. So the game thread's running fine, running pretty nicely actually. Without all the Slate output log stuff, it'll be real good. I guess I need to figure out why the rendering is taking so long. This occlusion culling pipe seems to be of interest. Oversubscription. Is that a nanite thing? Like, I just need to understand way more about the rendering side of things. But we have that, so. Okay. So let's just click on a guy and get him into combat. Start. Bro, no way. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate my life. Oh, I hate my life. This is the worst bug ever. This is the worst bug ever. I guess this, I guess when they die, this still happens, right? When they die, this still happens. Because we're transitioning out of... You know, combat 0-1. Yeah. Ugh. Because we hit the death event transition. Okay. Okay. Oh, what do I do about that? I think I need that to delay, and then I need the combat tree to fail if dead. So let me look at the get target task, because that's what fails the combat tree. Let me do this. If the target, if I'm dead, if this entity is dead, so if not alive, I think that's what we'll do here. And then maybe that will what are you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna oh, are we going now? Compilation canceled. Okay, let's just rebuild. So I guess I just delay the dead transition by like 0.1 or something, 0.5, half a second maybe, 0.25 maybe. Then that way the subtrees have a chance to exit. What are you doing right now? I guess right now I'm trying to fix the same goddamn state tree error I keep getting. Oh boy. What is this? Why is it rebuilding everything at the moment? Hang on. What file got changed? What the hell? Gemini API. Yeah, why did it decide to rebuild everything? It's so strange. What are you developing? We're working on a video game. Doing some Unreal Engine development. This is a strange rebuild. I'm compiling a bunch of Unreal Engine modules. Okay. Where is, can I see like local history? Is that a thing? Only on current file. Okay, well, we'll see if everything's broken now. Or fixed now. So we have here on dead. Yeah, so let's just delay 0.25. 250 milliseconds. I guess 0.1 is probably enough. 0.1 is probably enough, actually. So let's just delay by 0.1. Okay. Let's spawn some more guys. Spawn 100 warriors. What a weird path. Okay, so let's kill this guy. Okay, that one was fine. We need to... I guess we need to do this for, like, a lot of them. Let me change weapons here. Oh god, I'm fucking dead. Ah! I need to make a revive button or something. No. I don't want to start over at the graveyard. No. No. Seems interesting. Well, good luck. Thank you. Okay, I think I can take him now. Okay. Okay, so far we're not crashing, which is great news. God, I need to stop. I need to stop trying to fight. Okay, no deaths yet. God damn. God damn though. I need some food. I forget, can I eat the sunflower seeds? No, I can't. So we're just gonna have to heal. Block mechanics. Eventually I'll do some shield blocking and stuff like that, but that's probably pretty down the road. God, this biome doesn't have any food in it. This biome does not have any food in it. No. Oh my god, it still happened. Okay. Okay, this is just all state tree parameter stuff, though. Oh my god, we were actually on the correct state. Well, we were on exit. Yeah. 0, 1, 2. Exit just hadn't ticked yet, I suppose. So that wasn't enough of a delay. Let me look at the tick task. Tick state tree. Yeah, if tick interval is less than or equal to 0, it should just update immediately. Update next frame. Transition priority when multiple transition at the same time. Transition are visited from leaf to root. The first visited transition of highest priority that leads to the state selection will be activated. Good luck, you should do courses on your channel. I'm not sure what I would teach. How do I put I don't have a priority on this. So that only works on like event ones. Unless it's on tick. On tick, go to root. On state complete. I mean, I guess I'll do make it critical. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to make any difference. Game dev tutorials. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of those out there. And I'm not sure I have much more to offer. I mean, maybe procedural generation is probably the only thing. How about sprint or haste, making it easier to disengage or heal for a bit? I do have a sprint. The enemies can also sprint though. I kind of hate it in games where like players have different rules than enemies do. But yeah, I do have some light getaway logic and stuff. We'll just spawn 10 for now. Yeah, I just feel like there are lots of other channels whose thing is making tutorials for Unreal Engine and stuff. So, and their channels are like dedicated to that. So I don't think I would I wouldn't produce as good of a product as they do. And there are plenty of them. There are a lot of basic stuff. I mean, I guess I could do some C++ stuff because I know that there's kind of a lack of that, at least from what I've seen. But yeah, we'll oh, you're stuck on a nav mesh. Yeah. You are stuck on a nav mesh. Blockchain is important. I am learning all I can about it, and there's so many different approaches in UE5. It happened again. It happened again, so that didn't help at all. That happened immediately again. Some game dev, are you doing procedural terrain or just like procedural spawning like PCG? If you can do advanced stuff. Yeah, I just don't, the only thing advanced I'd be able to do is like, yeah, procedural generation probably. I could do a kind of advanced tutorial on. I could probably do a little bit of gameplay ability, so like some of the overrides I did in the gameplay ability system to make them nicer to work with. Current frame 012. Yeah, so we're still in that state. Like the exit state just hasn't exited yet. Wait a second. Current active. Wait. Whoa. Current active state. Oh, okay. I see. I'm dumb. Yeah, no, we were. I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, we were in the exit state, which has not. It's weird because like that state should. The tick state rate. It should like I set tick rate, and that should like return immediately. It should return immediately. But I guess update next frame does make the state tree processor do it next frame to tick it next frame, but I don't know if it needs to tick for it to like, for the state to complete. I would have thought that that happens in the same frame without the update, but I guess I put that update there for a reason. Guess I put that there for a reason. Okay, we'll have to come up with something different then. Last thing I did was sample the terrain to build a mesh based off a section of the terrain for data usage. Like you're sampling the Unreal Engine landscape? Is that what I'm understanding? Come on, man. Most people teach to a level where the most you can do is create tic-tac-toe. Later on, when you want to do something more professional, like 3D games with bots and stuff, there are none. I don't think that's true. I think there are plenty that there are plenty of tutorials that talk about AI in Unreal Engine. Smart Enemy AI tutorial series. Learn all about AI in Unreal Engine 5. Ryan Lele, I've watched several of his videos. There's even an Unreal Engine video here. And then there's still tons of state tree stuff too. Gotta set up state trees for AI. State trees are awesome. This is how they work. Exploring new state tree. Yeah, there's tons of content for Unreal Engine 5. I didn't change anything. Why am I starting? I think we need to rename the game to AI. Maybe. For lack of a better term. Sample landscape to build a mesh to use for a grid system to let the player plant crops in a grid. I don't know if I would consider that... You were saying that's your procedural generation? I mean, can't you just use EQS for that? Yeah, you could just do this, honestly. Use an EQS query for spawning in a grid. Oh, but you were saying let the player plant crops in a grid. Oh, you just need the grid snap function for that. You just need the grid snap function. Grid snap. Vector snap to grid. Give it the grid size. What's the best thing you recommend that one can build nowadays? That's such a general question that I cannot possibly give that an answer. Like, that is, what do you mean by best? An advanced C++? Yeah, I mean, that would be the one area I think that there's not a whole lot of tutorials on. And there's not a whole lot of information on. And I think it's probably just because once you get to that point, like, you're just at the point where you can kind of figure it out on your own by reading the source code. That's probably why there's not a whole lot there. Just talking crap. Yeah, I know. You're good. You're good. Yeah, so I think you could probably just do a line trace to wherever the and get the hit location from the line trace, and then do that vector snap to grid function some game dev. That'll be super easy. And then set the Z of that to whatever the line trace impact point Z is. That is, of course, if you don't have any overhangs or anything. Making a game like Split Fiction alone possible. Which one was Split Fiction? Is that the two-player one? Yeah. Probably. I mean, it's definitely not going to look as good. It's definitely not going to look as good or have the scope, but you could definitely, like, yeah. You could definitely do that alone. How much time, buddy? I don't know. It's like, that's so dependent. It is so dependent. It will not be quick though. Doing anything alone will not be quick. I like Godot because it's much easier to understand. Yeah, I feel that. I do feel that. Unreal Engine is not easy to understand. But mad respect for learning C++. Thank you. What do you think? Dude, I cannot possibly tell you how much time. I don't know what your scope is. I don't know what your skills are. I don't know how much you need to learn. I don't know what game engine you're using. Like, there's so many questions. I literally cannot answer that. That is such a general question. I cannot answer it. Do you know Control Rig? Not really, no. I do use them, but they're kind of pre-made. Some of them are pre-made. Yeah, let's try to figure out how the hell to make this, how the hell to make this work. I would have thought this would have helped. But I guess we exit on state failed. I know that it matters based on my skills, but something from your POV. Again, I don't know what the scope of the project is. Like the question you're answering is like people's entire jobs. Like that's like what a product manager or a production manager. But like that's their whole job, is coming up with the answer to that question. Like, I will give you some advice, and that is to try. Just start trying to do it, and you will quickly understand how long it will take you. Or you will, your understanding of how long it will take you will increase the more you try. Okay, so what am I going to do about this? The issue we're dealing with here is I have this event that happens whenever the character is kill. Which maybe I should change this back to a check on tick. But whenever the character dies, an event gets triggered. And that causes a transition from wherever it is in the state tree or sub-state trees. This one here is a sub-state tree. To this dead task where it does nothing. And that, like, you know, maybe I should just stop the state tree at that point. Maybe I should just stop the state tree instead. Okay, let's try that. Delete that event. Disable that state. Let's try this. Let's just stop the state tree. I think it's in proxy actor where we do that at. Send state tree event. Okay, so let me look at the state tree processor too. It will start up state trees. The state tree. I wonder if I should just remove the state tree data, the state tree entity data. I don't know, is that going to cause issues? I feel like that would cause issues if I just remove it. Let me look at the data here. Maybe I should just be like, maybe I should just check the tag in here. Maybe I should check that. Const u ability System entity data, yeah, import that. And then it hasn't started, queue it to start. Continue. Okay, so I think we need to do this here. Ability system data, we'll say if ability system data and ability system just wait, what is it? And ASC is valid, and ability system data ASC has tag, as matching gameplay tag, character state tags, dead. And dead, and has started. Then we do that. Do that. We don't have any state tree context though. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I have the is alive function, right? Does that check for the dead tag? No, it just checks the health value. Okay. I mean, same thing, right? Same thing, so that's fine. And it's not alive. So this is gonna be like bool B is entity, or this should be like should stop tree. And it will need to have been started. Wait, no, we need to keep that separate. Should stop tree. If it hasn't started and we shouldn't stop the tree, let's start it up. Otherwise, it's not valid, or current phase is tick state tree. I think we go after this. So I'll say if the tree has started and we be good stop tree, we need to do, I'll copy and paste this again. Say entity is dead, stop the state tree. Is there like an is it started? What happens on start? Start parameters. Yeah, there's probably some way to tell. I'm just gonna use my own way though, because that seems like way too much. Let me check what is valid checks real quick though. Root state tree is ready to run. Okay, that's fine. Entity is dead, stop the state tree. So really it's like if should stop state tree there, and then I go if, I'll say entity has died, because this is going to happen once, and then we should continue always. If should stop state tree is true, always continue. I kind of don't want to, because I will be creating this context all the time, even though it's dead. So I think there's actually a slightly more optimal way I can do this. So let's do if should stop tree and it has started. Or rather, and it hasn't started. We just continue there. Otherwise, we need to like create it. Has been dead and state tree is stopped. And then this one is like, so if we get here, has started, we know will be true. So we just stop it and continue. Okay, I think that's a slightly more optimal way to do it. I'll say entity has just died. It has just died. So stop the state tree. Okay, let's see if that helps our issue at all. We'll just stop the state tree altogether. That way it doesn't need to clean up any of those stupid instant data structs or whatever. Okay. I don't know that we need the vlogger now, so we've disabled that. This now, I think we don't need that tick one. That's just kind of stupid at this point. And honestly, this one I think can stay. That can stay. So we just exit, and that makes sure that this state tree can clean itself up. But when it's never going to be cleaned up from outside, because we are just going to end. We're just going to end. Now, there is this like... I feel like the same scenario can still happen. Just with other sub-state trees. I guess I'll need to get the colonist state tree going. I might just do some massive combat test, spawning a bunch of enemies and colonists. Spawner, let's spawn 100, sure, why not? Wander radius 3000. Let's do, yeah, just warriors still. Okay. When can I buy the game $100? Ask me again in 5 years. Ah, run. Barely beat him. Barely beat him. Okay, we just gotta regen health for a little bit here. Let's do this guy here. We'll do this build. This mace has a little bit of stats on it, so I actually get a little bit of health, which is nice. Oh, I almost pulled another one there with that cleave. Okay, we're just gonna tick some mana up here. Yeah, I need to spawn. I need to make the sunflower seeds actually edible. Which, let me look at that real quick. Item. Bruh, what is this? Oh my god, another state tree. This is a different one. But it's the same issue. I actually see it. It's the same fucking issue in a different way. Dude, oh my god. Why can't the instance data delete itself? Like it is the same thing happening in a different way now. It's doing garbage collection on the state tree instance data. These structs try to clean themselves up, and they don't have the right pointers to their memory. Like what am I doing? How would you go about implementing a dodge system? Asking because I'm trying to do so myself. I guess it kind of depends on what kind of dodge system you want. Because like there's World of Warcraft dodges where it's just like a random chance to dodge, and then you know, the attacking person just kind of whiffs their attack, and then your player character plays a little dodge animation. And then there's like the Elden or the Dark Souls dodging, where, you know, you press a roll button and you're invincible during the roll, so none of the collision attacks actually hit you. But I guess you need to first get some animations or something to use for the dodge, for the ladder, you know, the dodge roll or the dodge sidestep or whatever. You need to get a button for it, you know, decide what your input key for it will be, and kind of define how you want it to work. Maybe your dodge is just a way to quickly get out of the way, and so you still rely on the collision of the attack. But you can also add the iframes, right? And so I would probably put some animation notify on the animation that's playing, and I would define what parts of the animation I want the player to be invincible in, and when that starts and when that ends. And then I would listen to an event on those animation notifies, propagate that event from the animation blueprint. Probably, I think you'd have to do that. And then I'd probably just like on that event of, you know, the dodge iframe, whenever that starts, add a tag to the player that just says like invincible or dodging or something. And whatever ability happens, you know, make sure I would probably do that in the base ability, and whatever your base ability class is, or attack class, whatever you end up using. Just say like whenever the attack is supposed to deal damage to the player, check if they have that tag on them, and skip it if they do. But if you're just doing like a random chance roll, like in WoW, you just need like a stat for it. You need like an attribute for it. If you're using gas, you'd make an attribute for it. If not, just define somewhere some percentage of dodge. And then whenever damage goes through, you know, have a method for like handling damage. Like on my ability system component, I have like a take damage function. And this is where I like process different events and stuff. And so I would probably, or maybe even on just deal damage. Maybe even on deal damage. Yeah, probably on a deal damage would be like check the target's dodge and do the roll the dice for the dodge chance, you know? Invincibility frames is exactly what I was thinking about. Nice. Yeah, I think that's probably how most games do it. Collision-based games. Collision attack, like Dark Souls-y type games. I always find it... I never liked that gameplay myself, but a lot of people do, so... I find it to be very poke, dodge, dodge, poke, dodge. And to me, it's not very satisfying. I don't feel like I'm making decisions during combat. I feel like I'm just... the combat's too much on mechanical execution. Which is why I prefer something like World of Warcraft combat, where you have like a lot of skills to choose from. And it's more about managing what skills you pick rather than, you know, pressing dodge at the right time. So it's more so on the strategic execution, not so much on the mechanical execution. Although for both systems, there is a little bit of both. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look at our shit structs here. What IDE and language are you using? This is JetBrains Writer, and it'll be C++, Unreal Engine C++. So there is no temp instances there. So I'm guessing that this is garbage collection on the guy that had died just recently, is what I'm guessing this is. I'm wondering if it has something to do with these state tree property refs, because it always seems to be the global vars task is always in the picture. So what game would you say has personally for you the best combat mechanics? I mean, I don't know if there's like one best way to do it. Because like if you look at a game like Black Desert Online, it's an MMO, Korean MMO. The combat in the game is very fun, very fluid, very flashy. The spells look crazy. You know, you're all over the place. It looks great and it plays great too, but it's very high intensity. And so like in that game, grinding mobs for an hour is like very tiring for me. Like after that hour, I don't want to grind mobs anymore. But then you go to a game like Vanilla WoW, where it's much more slower paced. Every ability you use has a 1.5 second global cooldown. So you can only use an ability every 1.5 seconds. It's not necessarily tied to the animation that's playing or something like that. And it's not based on collision at all, really. And in Vanilla WoW, there's not really a way to... You don't dodge, you don't avoid... There are, you know, you use spells to avoid damage, right? Like, you need to use your spells defensively. You don't just like run out of the collision box of the attack and stuff like that. And it is tab target, so it's much slower paced, but there are more decisions that get made during combat, and it's just a lot more chill. There's also auto attacks. So for melee classes, there is downtime. There is downtime where you're just sitting there auto attacking, and I actually kind of appreciate that downtime because it allows the player to have kind of a cognitive rest, right? When you play some of these other games, maybe like something like League of Legends, or, you know, maybe even, you know, Fortnite or COD, like these are session-based games, right? Where you have like a certain period where you're doing high intensity gaming, whether, you know, League of Legends, you know, MOBA, or, you know, whatever kind of lobby game it is. And then you have a break after that. And so that's kind of how those games manage the cognitive break, because then you have to queue up again and stuff like that. But I do like WoW combat because it's so chill, and I can grind for hours in WoW. I can quest for hours, be doing combat for hours, and I don't get tired of it. You know, because my eyes have a chance to look away from the screen, and I think that's the big part of it, right? Like, you don't have to have your eyes glued to the screen like you do in the other examples I gave. So I don't know if I can answer like what game has best combat. Best is I guess I don't like the term best. And then you have games like RimWorld, which like is a colony simulator game and has combat in it, but you're managing a battlefield in that game, kind of. You're managing individual colonists, and you can pause in the game. So you pause, you think about, okay, what needs to happen next? You know, what has happened? You know, how do I need to respond? So that can be fun. So, you know, it's kind of a similar vibe to Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate, you know, turn-based combat. And you get to live in those tense moments more. And you can get that kind of almost that stress, but that or emotion of like, you know, all this shit's popping off. But I can sit here and think about what my next move should be. And that can be really satisfying as well. Hello, please answer my question, bro. You didn't ask a question. You said C++ high data science is really worth it for freshers. None of those are questions. I see what you mean by more chill, eyes not glued to the screen. I'm glad you see what I mean. I don't think a whole lot of people do. Especially like, I think younger gamers are like, I don't think there's a whole lot of new games that have come out that have been like that, right? I think when players see like a tab target game, they think boring. But I do think that there's something to it. And I get that it's not everyone's cup of tea. And I'm not saying that there's, you know, a right or wrong way to do it. It's just different ways with pros and cons and stuff. Yeah, I hope to make my combat a little bit more interactive than WoW. A little bit more, because I do want some like skill shots, right? I don't want everything to just be pure tab target. Like I do have a bow ability in the game where you have to aim it. So that in that way, it's a little bit more interactive. And I'm hoping to do some more things with some more abilities in the future as well to just make it more fluid and interactive than just like a auto attack tab target game, which I do get the feedback that it is boring. I definitely get that. At least when you're just running around the world questing on regular mobs, you know, it can be pretty exciting when you get into raids with like, you know, in-game content and rotations that are a bit more complicated. But I've been seeing more and more that like on Reddit and like game dev and game design subreddits that like people hate games like WoW where there's like a ton of abilities on, like it turns them off to see like 4 bars worth of abilities. And for me, I get excited by that. I'm like, oh hell yeah, like there's a lot of decisions in combat to be made. And I've been seeing more and more that that's kind of a turnoff for people, so I may need to rethink that a little bit for myself. Like, because I've always wanted a game with like a bunch of abilities to choose from, and maybe I'll balance that by just like limiting what you can have on your bars at a time. That way, kind of like there are a lot of, it's kind of like how Baldur's Gate works, where you can prepare spells, right? Because you have like you have like a huge pool of abilities, but you can only prepare so many to actually use in combat at a time. And so there's like there's like outside of combat ability decisions and then inside of combat abilities decisions. And those are different magnitudes. Do you play with Python? Not really. I mean, I have in the past, but not really at the moment. But anyways, this goddamn state tree. This goddamn state tree. People look for the meta with all those abilities and they tend to only use a small subset of them. Yeah, and with my roguelite concepts that I'm planning to use, that's what I'm planning to kind of combat the meta. Because you will never be able to get, I guess with the way I'm planning, you will never be able to get the perfect build. Or it'll be like incredibly rare and hard to get. Like if I had to pick a gameplay tenet, one of them would be like, you know, roll with the punches. And the concept behind that is that everyone has a shit hand that they're just trying to make work, right? And so the way I'm planning on it is like every few levels, I don't know what the cadence will be, but every few levels, you will pick a new ability. You will add a new ability from you'll maybe get like 3 abilities to choose from. And so as you're leveling up, you're kind of building out this kit, right? And maybe some of those you don't end up using because, you know, you picked better ones later, or, you know, you just got a bad roll or something like that. And that's fine. That'll happen. But the point of it is, like, if I have enough abilities, the RNG will be high enough that, you know, the meta perfect build or whatever will be unobtainable. And so it's more so about what can I do with the cards that I'm given. And I know RNG can be kind of a touchy subject for some people, And, you know, RNG in games. You know, if you look at a game, I use BDO a lot because BDO is an interesting case because it does a lot right, but a lot wrong as well. Black Desert Online. And one of the things it did very, very not well was its upgrade system because it was RNG. And like the only way to get better gear was to upgrade it. And when you upgraded gear, you have a chance to literally blow up the piece of fucking gear. Like it goes poof, it's gone. And then you get a fail stack, which increases your chance to succeed the next time you try to upgrade a piece of gear. And of course, the higher you upgrade it, the higher chance it has to fail. And this is all to funnel players into their cash shop where you can actually buy like upgrade shit. You can literally buy things to like min-max that process. And so super scammy, but that RNG is very bad. One, because it has a high downside to it. Very, very high downside to it. But I think there's like a threshold of RNG where it's like a little bit of RNG is okay. Then there's like a moderate amount of RNG that can feel bad in certain systems. And then like 50%, let's say 50%. Gotcha mechanics, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Green MMO, so what do you expect, right? But you know, there's like maybe you have like, if you have an ability that has like a 50% chance to hit, that sucks. That feels shitty, right? But let's say every ability has like a 20% chance to hit or something. Well, maybe to hit at all is a bad example. I'm thinking of a game called Blood Bowl. And the game of Blood Bowl like is just, it's pure chaos because of how much RNG there is. It is just, and same with RimWorld. Like RimWorld has such a high level of RNG that it actually goes from feeling bad to just feeling like fun because it's so chaotic and you never know what's going to happen. And so you're just rolling with the punches. And that's kind of the vibe that I want to go for. But again, different systems can tolerate different amounts of RNG without feeling bad. So the concept I'm saying doesn't always work with every system. For example, the fail stack upgrade system of BDO. Obviously, the higher RNG you go there, the shittier that feels. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, in Blood Bowl, I'm trying to remember like what some of the things were. Like in Blood, it's like a football game, but with like orcs and human. It's like a fantasy like literal like medieval fantasy football. And like your players like die and shit. Like it's kind of funny, but it's just pure chaos because of like just the randomness of what can happen. And it's not just like, you know, you have a 25% chance to get hit or whatever. Like there's a lot more to it. It's more so like what percent chance do you have to like succeed, where if you don't get it, if you don't get the success, you still get something from it. So it's not just like an all or nothing type RNG, which I do think feels bad. Do you have a GitHub? I do. Not a public one though. I am seeing all of the combat data is still here, which seems to be a common denominator. My active frames, I am in the combat one still. So yeah, that never got a chance to like respond, I guess now. I wonder if I should do, excuse me, I wonder if I should do this part at the end instead. I wonder if I should do that, or rather not that, this part. So I'm gonna do that. Do this at the end of the tick. Avoid it almost was correct in what's happening. To allow the state tree tasks to clean themselves up. But I guess like if I don't have the dead event or whatever in there, like nothing, it's not going to get. Well, the get target task I changed to be like, if it's not alive, failed. And then should I update next frame here maybe? Although this should tick every frame. This sequence should tick every frame. So I'm gonna rebuild that. And I'm going to be right back. Okay. Okay, let's see if that is a fix for this. Okay, give me 100 guys. We're gonna try and kill him. We're gonna kill until we can kill all 100. Oh my god, it happened immediately. It happened immediately. Okay, so that didn't help at all, actually. I mean, it was on garbage collection, right? So... yeah, that didn't actually help at all. Same thing. Let's see if it looks any different. Item combat compact state tree parameters index 3. Yep, sure enough, that's there. Instant structs. Temporary instances, of which there are none. State tree data, instant storage. Let's see like what state we were in. Execution state, active frames. We were in 0-1, so we were still in combat. Okay, so he never like... Man, this is such a frustrating one, man. Definitely not what I wanted to spend all stream trying to fix. God, should I roll my own state tree? Oh, I'll fucking do it. I will. I'll fucking do it. Oh boy. Yeah, so I guess we have no like next frame. You won't. Okay, now I'm going to just because you said that. Oh god, what do I want to do about this? How did that not... like, how did this not happen, right? Like, how did we not get here? I feel like we should have gotten here first. I don't know if the logs are gonna illuminate anything for me at all. Probably not. When did the crashing start to happen? A long time ago. I know what the issue is, I just don't know how to fix it. How did this not allow? How did this not allow it to continue? If it hasn't started and we shouldn't stop the tree, do it. Yeah, man. Everything I try just has like some way to fuck me up, and I have a feeling I know like some things that would fix it, but like it's gonna require me to create like a dead event inside every subtree, which is just I don't want to have to do that. Every subtree should not have to do that. Golden Gamer, hey, welcome in. Dude, I was so happy that I thought I fixed this last night, but I did not. Oh, I was so ready to move on. What if I did that? I have a feeling, excuse me, I have a feeling this is just going to cause it to crash here now. So what happens when a target dies? Does it drop items that aren't assigned any physics? Are you asking about the crash or just like what I'm planning to do game design wise? Game design wise, yeah, they'll have loot. It'll just be like on the body. They won't exist in the world. But if you're asking about the crash has nothing to do with them dropping items or anything. The crash is specific to the state tree. All the tasks on the state tree have this instance data storage, and that instance data storage struct. First of all, they create like empty ones for like every task, which I found comments in the source code saying that they shouldn't do that, and that, you know, it was a to-do being like, hey, we shouldn't do this. And these instance data structs have pointers to the memory that they represent, and for some reason, transitioning out of a subtree, combat isn't a subtree. Here's the root tree, here's combat, right? And so when they die, they transition out of this, right? I had that as an event on here at first, but I've now changed that to just do it in the state tree, like kind of in C++, just checking the entity if it's alive, and then just stopping the state tree, which is kind of nice, but I won't have to set that up for every root. And let's actually delete this. Let's restart, compile that. But yeah, they don't have the right like memory pointers is the issue. And so when they try to clean themselves up, I get a memory issue. You can't free up the memory because that's not actually their memory. So somewhere, somehow, their memory gets messed up, and I feel like it's a bug, but I also feel like it's specific to how I'm using them, because I have my own state tree processor, and a lot of people use like the built-in state tree components rather than a processor like I do. But my processor, I copied a lot of it from the internal Unreal Engine mass entity processor. And there's nothing inherently wrong with the way I'm doing it. I feel like it has something to do with creating how the engine creates some of these instance structs. Okay, no immediate crash. That's nice. Sir? He keeps rolling different attacks, doesn't he? Wait, no, this is what the fuck is happening with this guy? Okay, which entity are you actually? You are entity 11. And there it goes. It happened again. It finally got garbage collected. Dude, I literally reset the instant storage. Very nice, thanks. Yeah, all the instant storage is still here. State tree instance data. Get mutable storage reset. I already called reset on it. I should have. Wait, let's see if we actually get here first. Maybe we're just not even getting there. But I have a feeling calling reset is just going to make it crash immediately. So that's why I feel like we're probably not getting there. Okay, let's spawn some. Entities. I guess we can just do 10 now. It doesn't really matter. Because it's probably gonna crash. Okay. We didn't get there yet. We did not get there. We did not get there at all. Okay, maybe we never got there. I don't even know. I don't know which entity we're on. So that is not going to help me at all, actually. Okay, let's change this back to the top. Which I had it right here. That's where I had it. Let me read this again. If ability system data and we have a component and that component is not alive, we should stop the tree. Yeah, I wonder if I should check for the dead tag instead. Anyways, if it hasn't started, which we set once it has started here. It should stop tree and it hasn't started. Then we just skip it entirely. We should probably just delete the data altogether. We don't actually stop it till there. Tinkerado, what's up? Welcome in. What's up is that we're trying to deal with the same issue that I've had for so long. I mean, we haven't crashed yet, so I guess we'll try a different guy. Level 2. There it is. Oh, never mind. What is this? Get shoot. Oh, there was no hit. Interesting. Why have I never had this? Why have I never had this happen? Okay, different crash. So that's good to see, I suppose. Are we going? What's happening here? Okay, there we go. Okay. You saw in Charlie's chat talking about making your own collision logic for your background stuff and was curious about your work. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'm happy you're here. If you're interested, I can tell you about it. We're trying to track down a nasty state tree issue here. I built my own ECS system, essentially, instead of using mass, because I didn't like mass. And as a part of that system, I have a state tree processor that ticks state trees, and I have a bunch of my own state tree tasks. And for some reason, the state tree instance data doesn't want to clean itself up properly. And these entities, they don't have collision on them. And so as a part of the ECS system, I put them into chunks so that I can, like, those are all instant static meshes, actually. They're VAT animated instant static meshes that don't have collision, but I can still click on them. I can click on that guy. And he's got the little target there. So those aren't actors at all. Now he's an actor. But yeah, the line trace I do for like the click, that is a that's my own like collision system where I iterate over the chunked entities and stuff like that. Okay, I gotta heal up. What is happening to my ability here? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I should probably fix the blizzard ability, because that's like probably the best display of the collision system. But as a, like, I have this procedural terrain as well, and the terrain has its own collision system too. It happened again. It takes a long time to garbage collect. Takes a long time to collect garbage. And yeah, I never hit that. I never hit this. How come I never hit that? Let me just do this. I don't actually care what that log is. But the terrain has its own collision as well. I'm here because I found that random sampling points video. And dude, thank you so much. Wait, the PCG one? Didn't even know that was possible. Yeah, the surface sampler. And if you're, that's funny you mentioned that. So if you're curious about the, you came here because of the surface sampler node, because like usually you do surface sampler and then you do like ray hit, you plug that in there, and so you can you specify like the collision and stuff on there, right? Shape. Oh, you can do like sphere and capsule now too. Oh, that's new. Yeah, Advanced has like the collision channel and stuff on there, so you get points that way. But I had to make my own because, like I said, the terrain has its own collision system as well. Like it does have collision turned on, but like I don't always have the meshes built because I want to run the whole world at all times. So the meshes aren't always going to be there, but I save the raw triangle and vertex data, and I store it in a bounding volume hierarchy such that you can like efficiently query through it, right? That's essentially what the collision system inside Unreal Engine does, although it needs to happen on the game thread, which is a major downside for me. And so I have to build my own so that I can use them on the background thread, so that I can store these terrain chunks without actually taking up all the memory of having an actual terrain chunk, an actual mesh with collision and stuff on it, and physics and all that stuff, all the bells and whistles that Unreal Engine automatically adds on there. So I had to make my own chunk surface sampler that actually does the same thing as the regular surface sampler. It's got the normals and square, you know, I can filter by normals here as well. So I like wrote my own C++ PCG node to do it, to recreate that functionality. And that's what everything you see in the world is spawned that way with that node. And I'm loading serialized procedural terrain at the moment, just for quick testing. But like, yeah, all the assets here are spawned with that node using this collision that doesn't actually exist, and I can prove that by looking at this. Like, there's no mesh there. And the way the nav mesh works is by using that same data that sampler node uses. So there's no mesh there. There is no mesh there. But we know where it's going to be because I have all the data for it. I have all the vertices for it, which the vertices it's essentially this data. All of these triangles, like I have all this data. And so I can do like line traces through this data, essentially. Just using math, you know? Just using math. Barycentric coordinates on the triangles and stuff like that. All with the help of AI, of course, because I'm not that smart. But yeah, that's how the nav mesh, you can actually export that to the nav mesh, export custom nav data, and you can just give it vertex and index buffers and it'll know. So that's how I maintain the nav mesh there when the chunks actually like get cleaned up and stuff. I need to figure this state tree thing out because it is so frustrating. It is so frustrating. Really don't need that many entities actually. Wander radius, 1,000, sure. Amazing, thank you. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. Oh god. Okay, so yeah, we're never hitting. Which is this? Hang on. You should be in actor form right now. You are entity 0. Cool. Okay. So why have I never hit you, entity 0? Huh? Riddle me that. Why have we never hit this? So this should be entity 1. Okay. Wait a second. Oh, I forgot I did that. Oh, that's why. I forgot I did that. So what was the reason for the crash? I just explained it to you. We were still having the crash. So we need to rebuild here. The crash happens because the instanced data storage structs that are built into the state tree framework do not clean up their memory properly. They do not track their memory properly. And so when you transition from a subtree, all those structs try to clean themselves up, and they have pointers to the wrong memory. And so it crashes. It is Java and IntelliJ IDEA, right? Wrong. Close, but wrong. It is C++ in IntelliJ Writer. Okay, so hopefully I hit that breakpoint. Okay, we did hit the breakpoint. So we should hit, hopefully, that one now too. No. So yeah, immediately it crashes immediately now. Well, at least I know how I can like effectively recreate it. Yep, incapable of resetting the instance data storage on this one for some reason. I mean, like, I say for some reason, I mean, I kind of know the reason. Entity coming fast? I don't know what I don't know what that means. Yeah, we were still in the combat state. Yeah, that combat state is just a fucking issue, isn't it? Although I've seen this happen in the other subtrees. Do the entities seem way too fast? They're sprinting. They have a sprint. Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to, now that we know this is actually happening, let's go back to, well, we'll keep that there. We'll keep that there. Let's go back to doing this at the end and rebuild. Yeah, I still don't know what role sprinting is going to take in combat. Because, like, I hate when games, like, you know, they have, like, you can only sprint for so long. You know, they have the stamina-based sprint. So I want you to be able to sprint at all times outside of combat, but I don't know if I want you to be able to sprint at all times in combat. So that maybe there will be a stamina. Not sure. Still don't know. Anyone have any opinions on sprinting in games? Our design choices, yeah. Like, I can just sprint forever away, because sprint, it cancels. I don't want you to be able to attack while you're sprinting, so I did make it to where sprinting cancels your attack. So you can't do auto attacks or anything. You can do instant attacks, so you can do like instant dots and stuff like that. But that's it. I made some tools I was using a volume to invalidate overlap. Check hit direction to validate the angle, and using extra volumes to define a valid area and spawning every single point actor to them. Bake them into maps and spawn the close ones from a pool. Not sure what the intention for that system is, but it sounds cool. I'm so fucking tired of managing stamina in survival games. Yeah, I won't have that at all. I agree with you. The fun meter, you know, I definitely get why it's a compelling game design system for a lot of game designers, because it's just like it's an easy avenue of progression to get to the players. You know, level up your stamina, you can sprint longer, you can do more things in the world, you feel that sense of progression a lot more. I get it, but it literally is a fun meter, right? Okay, I should have put that breakpoint there to know if I was hitting this or not. Yeah, I don't know that I've seen any players say that I love stamina in games. That's also why I don't like climbing in Breath of the Wild. I feel like I do need some form of climbing in my game. Okay, we hit it again. We hit it again. On this time, no, just, oh, it happens on tick. Okay, so that means we probably didn't get here first. Sampling points too, but in a dumb way. That sounds like a lot of work to sample points. Because like if you think about climbing in Breath of the Wild, like that's not fun content. And honestly, it allows the player to optimize themselves out of the fun content. Because if you see like a mountain, you can go climb up that mountain in the world. And that's there's some coolness factor to that. But usually, like nothing happens while you're climbing the mountain, right? Like you're just pressing the up. You're just pressing up on the joystick until you get to the top, right? You're just slamming stam potions till you get to the top. And it usually means you skip the route that the level designers intended you to take to get to the top. And so not only are you not exploring the world more, you're not encountering all the stuff along that route. That's probably the more fun way to get up there. Does it take longer? Yeah, but it's more fun. And so that I don't like it for that reason. And like all the little tower puzzles in Breath of the Wild where you're just like pressing the up arrow for long enough, you know, like it's just not fun content. So I feel like I need that for my terrain, because there's going to be a lot of scenarios where you might get stuck. So I feel like I do need some form of climbing. I just don't know how to balance that in the game and like make it to where it's you know, quick enough to where it's not just, you know, super boring gameplay, but also be balanced to where you can't just climb over every single thing, every single obstacle in your way. Okay, so we were actually in the exit state here, it seems. You can make us suffer and have friction in other points. What do you mean by that? You just mean like providing friction in a different game system? Index was 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so we were actually in the exit state. Okay, and it still happened. It still happened. Because of tick state tree data? Dude, okay, so how much of it is this populate global variables data? Like, If I get rid of that, does it fix the issue? I'm curious. Like, but like these compact state tree parameters do nothing. They are empty. And it's so annoying that they haven't done something about that. Because there's a literal to-do in the source code to get rid of these. And I have a feeling it's always a compact state tree parameters that is failing to clean itself up. See, look, this is the one where the exception happens. Compact state tree parameters. Now, is this because the struct before it was lying about how much memory it was taking up? As we see, it's index 3. And I think it's index 3 because index 2, I think index 2 is the actual one. But it's miscalculating the index because it's basing the index off the offset. Shrink to 2. So yeah, I guess this still happened because it never got a chance to stop the state tree in response to death. So the unique thing about the populate global vars task is that it uses these state tree property refs, which are somewhat new. They're undocumented. I just found a forum post about them. But they are a way to have an input and output. So I'm wondering if that throws off the memory allocations or something. First of all, let me set up the spawner better so I don't have to go through that every time. Spawner, we'll just do 10 by default. Warrior by default, wander radius. Well, num entities should be 0 by default. That should be the only thing I need to set. But yeah, let's save that. Okay, so we're not going to have global variables. Which means, what does that mean? Well, it means it's probably not going to work properly. It's not going to have a wander radius for any of the... None of the guys are going to have a wander radius. Let's actually go to our test level. Because why not? Are you set up entity spawner? Num entities 10. Yeah, we just changed that. So plug you guys back in. There we go. Okay, so I don't think these guys will actually move around. Oh, they are. Sick. Okay, so we do get here. We made it past the reset. Why did I have a breakpoint there? Oh God. Okay, let's try that again. I pulled so many there. This changed? What? Oh, get component by class changed. On the player pawn? Oh, that's such an annoying assertion. So there's no actual error or anything, but goddamn, is that annoying. So I can't like just find components on the background thread because it does a ranged for loop. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. It is what it is. Barely made it out of that one. I mean, we're getting past the points of crashes though, but is it just like a chance now? Because I feel like it's just a chance now. Because this is one that keeps popping up pretty randomly. Just gonna wait for some more mana ticks before I go back into combat. Get one more tick, heal up a little bit here, and get in. Okay. Nope, happened again. Son of a bitch. This happened from tick, which means that we're actually doing it too late. It's happening too late now. What is next active frame? Random spawn route 2. Yeah, so we were in combat 0. We were on the exit state. We were on the exit state. You can't kick them. You mean like a kick animation? I don't have a kick animation. What was it? 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so we were in the exit state. Instant structs. Find wander target data. Oh, interesting. So it was actually... It had moved to the next state. So wait, but we were still active in the combat tree? How was that? What in the active... The active state here is 1, which is combat. But the data that I'm seeing is for 0, 1, 2. It's for the next active frame, I suppose. States 0, 1, 2. Which is wander move 2. Dude, oh my god, I hate the state trees so much. Okay, how much of this is solved? How much of this is solved by like using blueprints? Because like that's how most people probably use it. I don't think there's a whole lot of people creating C++ state tree tasks. And the reason I have to do that is because mine run entirely on the background thread. So I cannot use blueprints for that. Because you can't execute blueprint functions on a background thread at all. So even when we have exited the tree, or are, I guess, exiting the tree. Which struct had an issue getting destroyed here? Once again, compact state tree parameters. Index 0, 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, it's just all compact state tree parameters. Well, I guess it was the It was the exit state. I guess we never got to the new state. You ending the task in C++? Yeah, it all happens in C++. The tasks like end themselves, you know. Yeah, I mean, in C++, you just return like this. But it's triggering the transition that's when it happens, is when this transition runs. Transitioning specifically from a subtree. And you can see here, we pass in the memory pointer and the offset in the memory. And I'm pretty sure that offset is incorrect. Yeah, it could be so many things is the problem, plus you're rolling your own stuff, which adds even more ways it can break. Yeah, I really feel like this one specifically, like I wish it was my own code that was doing this, because then I would know how to fucking fix it. You know, I would know what to do differently. This does not seem like it's my own code doing it. It seems like the way that the instance data storage is handled under the hood is the issue. I seem to have found a bug. I have posted about it. No response, of course. I can't imagine anyone else is getting this. And the way that I'm ticking the state trees is mostly like 95% copied from how mass entity ticks the state trees. I just do it on the background thread. Which, okay, maybe it's you're doing it on the background thread is the issue. Well, I even changed it to run entirely on the game thread. I've still had this issue pop up. So it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the background thread. Rita, hello, welcome in. So I'm really just trying to figure out ways to work around it, because I need to have subtrees. I really need to have subtrees. And if I have to set up a set of transitions to gracefully get out of every subtree, that's just going to be a massive pain for every subtree that I add. Okay, I'm going to try this. Let's go put it back up at the top. We just got to keep guessing and checking, really, which is, you know, so frustrating. Especially when it's not your own code. If it's my own code, I wouldn't be nearly as frustrated, because then I would have no one to blame but myself. Let's delete this. Maybe that helps. I don't know. Now they're working on subtree, maybe making a new class and test since they're changing so much stuff. Maybe change something. Yeah, no, I mean, this has been happening ever since I started using them. It's not new to like 5.6 or anything. I was hoping 5.6 would fix this. 2 kills, no crash yet. Three kills, no crashes. So if this is the fix, then that means I need subtrees to end on a state that has no task. And I need that to get reached before I stop the state tree, which let's make sure we're actually hitting that. We can understand better. We need more knowledge, more energy, more passion, more energy. Nope, still oh no, we hit the breakpoint. Okay, I thought that was a crash. Oh, that was a crash. Okay, we've killed how many now? 3? 4. We've killed 4. We've killed 5, no crashes. We've killed 5 with no crashes. Now, I thought I had it fixed last night, and I had several kills. I mean, like dozens without a crash, and then it ended up happening again during the stream today. Oh, big crit right there. We're doing it. It's working. It's working. So made transition to no task, yeah. To an empty task that does nothing. And then, like, because this is what I had before when I thought I fixed it. But it turns out, I guess I also need to just stop the tree as well. When they die, rather than... I don't know if this is not going to work for every scenario of this, right? You know what we should do? Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We'll let the AI test it for me. I think I need to put the populate global vars task back on here, actually. Let's do that. And bind that to there, bind that to there. Okay. And let me make sure colonist route, are you bound properly? Because you guys should be wandering around and stuff. I guess they might not be hungry. So let's do this. Let's spawn, first of all, just do 0 when we enter. Actually, spawn like 100, spawn like 50. I guess we have to be in game for that to work, right? Yeah, why aren't you guys wandering? Parameters dummy. Okay, yeah, that explains it. Okay, hang on. Let me fix that first. Delete that. I don't know why I have that there. I think I was trying to... Parameters, proxy actor, spawn location. Parameters, proxy actor, mob spawn definition, wander radius. Okay, is that we fixed? Everything's compiled, okay. Y'all are still not wandering. They're stuck in the they're stuck in the combat exits. Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's the side effect of that. Yeah, that's why I did the tick task. Shit. So I guess maybe this needs to, rather than on, it's not, this is not going to tick though. Right? No, there it goes. Okay. Okay. As a valid instance? What? Why are you upset with me? Is there a message? It does seem to be an exception. I don't even understand what the exception is. The ISM is valid. The ID seems valid. Primitive instance data manager. Seems fine. Of course, I have no information here. Get max instance. What could have failed here? Instance data scene proxy. What's happening on the game thread here? Get entity data. What? We're getting avatar entity data on that thread. We were getting sorted move keys on that thread. We were doing some state tree stuff on that thread. Move tag keys again. Fetching avatar entity data on that thread. Nothing on that thread. Crash on this one. 5, 6, 7. some rendering things on that thread. So I don't see anything where we were like editing this ISM or anything on a different thread. I'm just checking if it's a valid ID. Like, why would that fail? I mean, maybe the instance ID to map is primitive instance data manager. I will now have to find that. There we go. There it is. And this is ID 33. It's the ID to index map. So at index 33, it just returns 33. And what is num instances? 43. An index to ID to index map. It probably is identity, which if index the ID map. Well, you know, I am seeing that these are misaligned, perhaps. Ooh. ID to index map. I don't know if that's normal or not. 33 there. This one does have a -1 here, so something got removed. Index 9, but 33 is still there. Well, yeah, I can't really garner any more information. Okay. We'll just plow ahead. The shitty thing about doing everything on the background thread, you have all these like really inconsistent errors that pop up that you don't really know when they were introduced because they're so inconsistent. Because they are so inconsistent. Okay, did we save everything in here? Yeah, that looks good. Dead. Let's delete that. We're no longer doing that. And this. Well, let's make sure we delete those. That's a good call out. Good call out. Failed. Okay. Right. We need to spawn things. Spawn 50 colonists. So we're just gonna let them wander around. They should start getting hungry soon. There they go. When they're running around, they're hungry. They're searching for food. Okay, so now we spawn, now that they're, because that's a sub-tree. So now that they're searching for food, let's spawn 50 enemies now to go attack them. So now we're just testing this on a much larger scale. There are like 0 dead enemies. That's funny. I should not spawn that many. Because the enemies have like hostile aggro, whereas the oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, so that test worked. I want to do that again, and we're just gonna go larger and larger every time. 100 colonists. So I'm gonna wait for them to start running around a little bit. And then we'll go like 20 enemies this time, so the colonists can actually win. Okay, some of them are running around. Yeah, they're doing this little steppy thing. Dude, I have an issue with the animation instances, like, not resetting to the right actors. And it's, like, super annoying, because, like, someone was in combat. I mean, yeah, it's not happening. Oh, there was 1, 2. So I think the greens were able to kill two reds. No, they keep running. Yeah, I should fix the blizzard ability too. Oh, that's so loud. Jesus. Yeah. Okay, I think it's working. I think we finally found something that works. Now, I guess what I want to do... I think this is an integral part of it, of this solution. And when I go to the colonist state tree, which has like these other 2 state trees for like finding food and stuff like that, I don't know that those transitions are going to work because of the fix that I had. I think they just happened less. I think they just happened less. So maybe I should add the, does it use standard UE nav mesh? Yes. I have overridden it a little bit, but for the most part, yeah. I overrode it to like do all its calculations on the background thread. There is an async button for that already, but it doesn't do everything in the background threads. It still sorts pending dirty tiles on the game thread, which is actually quite unperformant. So I moved that. I overrode it to move that part to the background thread. And also did some updates for it to serialize properly as well without like destroying itself. So I do a runtime dynamic nav mesh. So yeah, I serialized this nav mesh and so it loads back in. It still has to like check everything again, but that's a lot better than just rebuilding from scratch. But what I'm gonna do, this is actually kind of a bad seed for this. Let's find a new seed. I'm gonna do a test with the colonists running around. So I may need to add like a empty state at the end here as well, an exit state. I don't know. What was I doing? Yeah, we want to find a new seed. 285, 286. Bad seed? Yeah, this will be a bad one too. Bad one. 287. This'll work. This'll work. Okay. Yeah, so we got some food over there. Do we have any food underground anywhere close that they can go to? Not really. Well, they can go in that. Where was that? No, they can't, actually. No, they can't. That does not quite make it to the surface. They can from over here. I don't know if they can get down into that, though. Yeah, I need to fix these guys here. Right? That's not right. It's too steep of a... Like, the way I stitch them together, that's a side effect. So if I look at the actual verts there, that should be a much smoother transition. But, yeah, let's serialize it now. Save this. Okay, so now let's spawn stuff. Spawner, num entities. Let's just go 200. 2,000, fuck it, why not? 2,000 colonists that are all gonna fight over food. So they're going to start running around searching for food. They're going to be hungry quite soon. It's still spawning them. Okay, yeah, they're running over here because there was some food. Yeah. Oh, then they're like seeing who can get to it first. That's funny. It's get in the conga line, everyone. Oh, they're disappearing. They're too far away. Yeah, they get components again. Just calling that on the background thread is annoying. It's so funny how they spread out. Like, look at the distribution here. So they're heading this way because they found more food that way. That's so crazy. They're stuck. There's a lot of them that are stuck. Why are you guys stuck? Am I just not updating you guys? How much FPS am I getting? Not a whole lot in editor. Like 30 FPS. About 40. With 2K on screen. Making agents aware of each other is hard. Yeah, agree with that. But the thread is okay. What do we have here? Okay, pathfinding just straight up failed. I'd say that's a win. Thank you for the follow, Sloth of Fox. Welcome in. Welcome in. I think I'm GPU bound at the moment for thread count or no FPS. So the actual logic is all running on the background thread. You know, that's not slowing anything down. I think it's all just the rendering side of things. Yeah, what happened here? This is a crash. Best poly is null. So it doesn't check if that's null. I have to fucking override the detour nav mesh to fix that. Start poly ID. Can I get some information here? God damn, look how big the ID is. Do I have too many? Like, is there an integer overflow issue here? Because that's a fucking big integer. It's an unsigned long. I guess I need to look in here and figure out why the pointer is null. Only use this function if it is known that the provided polygon reference is valid. Does not validate the reference. Yeah, this is gonna be an issue. Man, how do you even go about figuring this out? How do you even go about figuring this one out? There was like a tiles im tiles on whatever im nav is. Im tiles what? Which is apparently okay. I need to now look up the accessor operator. Wait, does it not have one? Oh, Jesus. It's acting like an array. Where was the, oh my God, there's so much. This section contains, oh, right, great. They wrote the documentation in the source code. Wonderful. Yeah, go to that def, please. How I don't understand how that operator works. Im tiles. Which I suppose is just it's a list of tiles, but like how do I visualize that? Im nav, im tiles. But where's the actual array that it's grabbing from? I would like to see if the numbers that are expected to be in there are in there. But I guess they're not, and that's why this is failing. Verts, polys, im tiles, a list of tiles. But if that was null, then it would have failed here, right? So I guess it's polys that is, I guess it's polys that is the errant im tiles polys. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything. Decode poly ID ref. Oh Jesus, dude, look at the whenever you see not Pascal case when you're in the Unreal Engine source code, it's just like you're in too deep. And then you're seeing some bitwise math as well. Some bit shifting. Yep. Yeah, I have zero idea what this does. The nav mesh crashed though. Can't you just please put a check in here? Like, God, guys, just please do an if best poly, then do the rest of it. That would solve this. You know, how far away am I from building from source? You know, like something like that would be so easily fixed. And especially it's one of these ones that's like, you know, happens inconsistently. So, you know, I assume it would just retry pathfinding after that and it would be fine. You know, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You figured out how to edit the nav mesh by messing around? What do you mean by edit? I figured out how to override some of the C++ functions, yes. Like I just overrode some of these functions. So the serialize the generator. So I overrode the generator. So create generator instance creates my generator, which is this class, which does like the tick async build and stuff like that. So I overrode sort pending build tiles to launch it on a background thread. And then I basically just copied this and changed it up a little bit. You should probably build from source. Yeah, I probably should. I'm just trying to kick that can down the road as far as possible so that I can keep updating without, you know, having to deal with that headache. I forgot I had serialized this. Let's actually do that. Load that. Is there anyone here who's built from source and tried to update? What's that process like? What's that process like? Let's just do 500. Colonist. We'll just do warriors. 500, spawn them. Not fun, but you'd be able to manage it. I mean, you just have to like merge, right? You have to do the merge, right? You got to merge in the latest branch or whatever. Isn't that the process? And then you just need the 200 gig source code like downloaded. Yep. What have you edited in the source code? Do you want to change the source code and build? I mean, I know I probably will eventually. I'm trying to avoid doing that as much as possible. Bro, why doesn't pathfinding find a path away from the tree? Someone found some there. Yeah, just like random crashes that happen in engine files would be just a lot easier to fix if I could just edit the source code, you know. Okay, let's unleash some baddies here. We'll do enemy casters and let's just spawn 10 of them. We'll see how well 10 do, how long they last. They have no concept of self-preservation, so we'll just keep attacking until they die. Yeah, we got some bad animation instances. Are they all dead already? Oh, there's a fireball that needs to be cleaned up. He was like mid-cast. Are they all dead already? I thought they'd last a lot longer than that. Okay, we'll spawn more. We'll spawn more. How about 100? Okay, what is this? We're not hitting the state tree crash, which is good news. That part is good news. Oh, I should probably get rid of that log. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. This is the rendering thread. Okay, so this, I have like 0. How did you create your own VAT texture? Yeah, there's a built-in plugin. There's a built-in plugin. And then there's like this community tool that works with the built-in plugin. I think it's just called VAT in the engine. And let me look it up for you. I think it's, hang on. I think it's this guy. Yeah, this video should get you started. Jesus Christ. So many comments. So many comments. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck this is about. Num refs is apparently just not an integer. Guess let's check out what was happening on the other threads at this point. We were scope locking for an entity query. Foreground worker, nothing. We are doing some is alive. Okay. We're just getting an attribute set on that thread. Yeah, nothing else was really happening, so yeah, this is all meaningless to me. I mean, I know nothing about the rendering stuff. Well, delete resource. Oh, I wish I knew what this was about. Okay, rebuild, try again, I guess. But yeah, the state tree seems fixed? Question mark. Which is wonderful. Let's actually turn spawning on. I suppose. Let's turn spawning on. Which means we'll need to go on this level, yeah. Yeah, state tree seems good. And I don't know if that's just because like other crashes keep happening before it can crash. But I'll run around in the world for a little bit and just kill stuff, I suppose. We're spawning. Okay, that ability messed up. Oh yeah, I can't let you just free cast those, buddy. Yeah, come here. It happened again. Yay. It's not fixed. That didn't last long. Yeah. It keeps happening like this where I think I fix it. So I actually did not get my hopes up that much. I kind of figured it was going to happen again. And I guess it's because it's in the... Where's the one where I can actually see what state we're in? I mean, I guess it's failing on stop here. So I don't think that we were... Where's like the current active frame or whatever? Isn't that in here somewhere? Active frames is empty. Okay, then why do I have instant structs then? So I guess one difference is populate global variables is there now too, which I did take off for a little bit to see if that had any impact. But there's all this other data too. But I guess the point is that we stopped the state tree before transition. I wonder if that helps. Wait, no, that needs to be change that. Okay. One more time. Okay. There it is. There it is. Okay, so it didn't help. Did not help. And when I moved this to afterwards, what do you think about a program that teaches people about programming? Not a whole lot, I suppose. Sounds like AI. Yeah, and the problem the problem with moving this to after the tick transitions and stuff was that it then started to just fail on tick because we have an inconsistent way to exit the subtree. I wonder if now I can put the dead state back. I'll say the events seem more problematic than just checking on tick with what I've seen. Where is it? Yeah, like doing this on tick seemed to help in certain scenarios. And there's and all the instance data should be cleaned up by the time it gets here and is transitioning out. And in the parent, it would be in wander move to, which has data. I'm wondering if just putting the dead state back in here just for it to have something to go to. But I guess the trick would be getting the ticks to happen in the right order. Well, the tree, you have to return an output from the tree, either succeeded or failed. And part of this note is like if it succeeds, it needs to refresh the tree and try again, right? But if it fails, it needs to go to the next one. Because if it fails, that means that it doesn't have a target. So it should be returning failed and going to the next state. And if this had like an on tick thing. I guess I would need the priority to just be lower. And we'll do a hashtag dead. That way it just hangs out there. And then on tick go to dead. Conditions hashtag. I guess I don't need the double condition, but I don't know if it hurts. Dead. Yeah, I don't use subtrees, so I haven't had to deal with this. Yeah, I think it's specifically like using subtrees with tasks in C++. If I had to take a guess. So we'll make this one high, make this critical, and then maybe even add a delay on here to make sure that we are as here as possible. Just asking, I wish I could help you out on that game, but I'm super C++. Oh, no worries. I want to collaborate with others that do other languages. On tick, go to dead. Delay at priority high. Wait, what am I trying to accomplish by doing this? Doing it this way? What does this even do for me? Is that, like, I have a feeling we're still going to hit the same issue just because of how I wrote it in here. Should I not be doing this? Should I comment this out now? Because I thought I had something similar to what this is already, and it wasn't working. This is still gonna fail, right? It doesn't fail immediately. There it is. There's my old friend. We were transitioning to the next. We were transitioning to the next state. 0, 1, 2, 3, which would have been wander move to. Which would have been the wander. Current active frames 0, 2, which is combat, and then combat. It was at the exit. It was at the exit condition state thing. But unfortunately, my instance structs for the wander already got created. Next transition. So yeah, the exit condition is transitioning. Should I just do nothing on the exit condition and rely on the parent tree to move it out? And why was the food tree working? So much better. Is it because I have the root here? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, okay, undo that. Whoops. Okay, let's do nothing on this. We're gonna do absolutely nothing on this. Wait. Can I do nothing? The root's just gonna go back into combat. No, I have to do something. But I guess if I go here, they get stuck there when I don't have a target. Yeah, that was the side effect of that. Does it happen when they just ISO on leave combat? Yeah, whenever you transition out of a subtree. Yeah. No root state. Whoops. No root state. On tick, none. But then they're just gonna be stuck there. And so how do they can't leave combat like normally, like when after they've killed something. Because now, like, this just never ends. Untick. Failed. Priority was normal there, actually. Can we change that? Change that to critical. Oh, look at that chunk. Oh, my project's falling apart. Yeah, and I gotta hop off and go to work here. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay, let's find some bogeys. Bruh. How did this fail? Okay, so I'm checking if it's valid. What? Do I need like a... It's a pointer. This is a T subclass of that is apparently null. So there is some... How did that go null? Is something getting removed? I don't see anything getting removed, but we are like getting some entity data on a different frame, which I don't know, shouldn't have any issues. God damn, man. It's been a rough day. Yeah, it's null. Why did we get here if it's null? Huh? I'm checking the validity. Just one of those days? Yeah, for sure. Like, I would really like to work on the stability of the game, but it's just so hard to with some of these errors that just like, they don't really give you much to work with as to what's happening. What are you trying to do? Oh, just finish the game. Is there a different, like, validity check that I should be doing on this motherfucker? Like, what else can you do to check the validity of a T subclass of? What else can you do? Right? I would have thought that this map, like, would have changed out from underneath it. And maybe that's why, like one of those T subclasses of, because there are a few places I remove entity data at. But that would have had to happen like in between here and here. Which just seems... some base. Yeah, I don't know if I should be like doing like a git on this. Yeah, you shouldn't ever need to do is valid low level, right? Like, you should never need to do this. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call it here. I have to go to work now. I have to do work. I'm gonna hop off. Might not even be wrong, it could just be how it's garbage collecting. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of frustrating. Like, how can you, yeah, like, how can you make sure that, I mean, T-weak object pointers, sure. Can you do a T-weak subclass of? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't know how you'd even get around that. For specifically a T subclass of. Is there like a T subclass of? Just go to the definition here. T subclass of. Is the word weak anywhere here? Templates, subclass of. Can you make a T-weak object pointer to a T subclass of? I'm gonna guess no. T-weak. Can make an interface pointer. That's what I was thinking. T-weak object pointer. I thought you... Would you do T-weak object pointer with T subclass of? Because I didn't think T subclass of was a thing. Or was an object. Apparently you fucking can't. This is a U object? Or I guess maybe T-weak object pointer doesn't need a U object. Okay, I thought T-weak object pointer needed a U object. Well, you can type it. It resolves. T subclass of is just U class. Okay. Why does it look like this then? It looks like just a plain C++ class. Anyways, yeah, I'm hopping off for the day, so I'm gonna go to work. So thanks everyone for hanging out and watching me just take a drive through Struggle City. Yeah, hopefully we can get the game to be much more stable. Probably do some work off stream to try and do so. Because yeah, doing that on stream, it's not exactly the most engaging stream. Yeah, so thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Yeah. I'll see everyone later. Have a good day.